They're all in the gates. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's Stimuli who sends out for the lead. Wisecracker is on the outside, poking the head in front. Skippytown will save all the ground in third. Gorzo's outside of him in fourth. Then about 7 lengths to the trailer. All apologies at the tail of the field. It's Wisecracker who clears off. The lead's about 3 lengths. Stimuli in a stalking position in second. And then it's Gorzo races in third. Skippytown towards the inside in fourth, 4.5 lengths off the lead in a gap of, let's call it 7 lengths to all apologies in the fifth and trailing position. 5 furlongs to go. Wisecracker and Harkey on the front end. The lead's still 3 lengths. Then we got a cluster of 3. Skippytown goes from fourth up into second. Stimuli in between horses in third. Gorzo 3 wide in fourth. Then about 6 lengths to the trailer. All apologies at the back as they make the entry into the far turn. Wisecracker is led throughout, and Skippytown threatens on the outside in second, only 1.5 lengths. Now a length off the lead is Skippytown, taking it to Wisecracker on the turn, and Skippytown on even terms, and Skippytown has a slender lead over Wisecracker. Then it's about 15 lengths back to all apologies in third. Stimuli and Gorzo are distant fourth and fifth as they got 3/16 to go, and Skippytown opens up. Skippytown, the lead's about 4 or 5 lengths. Wisecracker is a clear-cut second best, and then a country block back to all apologies in third. It's Skippytown in a rout. Skippytown, the 1-2 favorite, crushes. Wisecracker second, all apologies third, and fourth, Stimuli. And it's official, $3 to Winning Mutual, exacta $10.80, 50-cent trifecta, $15.12. Dimes. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Looks like a good start. Who's got the tip? One of about 3 going out for the lead. Divorced, of course, at the fence. Silent Sandy's on the outside, and now Tail the Tail will join the early fray in the 3 paths, and those 4 will vie for the early lead. And at the back is Accelerina, only about 3 lengths off the pace. It's Divorced, of course, who's on top as they angle on to the backstretch. Who's got the tip? Prompting outside in second. Tail of the Tail, 3 wide third. Silent Sandy, 4 wide fourth. And a 1.5 lengths back to Accelerina, who's at the tail of the field as they race up the backstretch. Divorced, of course, on top. Tail of the Tail now up into second. Who's got the tip? Shuffled third. Silent Sandy outside of her in fourth. 2 lengths off the lead, now up into third. And 2 more lengths to Accelerina, who's about 4.5 lengths off the lead and will try and save ground as they make the entry into the far turn. It's Tail of the Tail on top. Divorced, of course, drops back. Silent Sandy inherits second. Accelerina is in fourth and about 6.5 lengths off the lead and a 1/2 length back to Who's Got the Tip, who's at the back of the pack. Tail of the Tail has strided away by about 5 lengths over Silent Sandy in second. Accelerina, the favorites on the outside, and the white blinkers in third. Divorced, of course, in fourth. They got 3/16 to go, and Tail of the Tail on top by 7 lengths. Silent Sandy second. Accelerina's on the outside in third. 16th to go. Tail of the Tail's lead is down to 5, but they've passed the 16th pole. Silent Sandy, Accelerina outside for minor awards. Here comes the winning line. Tail of the Tail gets there. Silent Sandy and Accelerina. Daily double, $19.60, exacted $53. 50-cent trifecta, $22.12, and a dime superfecta yields a payout of $5.47. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Good start. Stars and Stones setting out for the lead. It's Storm and Sammy, though, who gets that early lead. Puckish on the extreme outside, up into second. Fourth place, Skylar Starship, and about 2.5 lengths off the lead, and a space of 2 lengths to Morvino's at the back of the pack as they race up the backstretch. Storm and Sammy on the engine has a lead by 3 parts of a length over Puckish, who's to the outside of Stars and Stones, second and third. Skylar Starship along the inside, 2 lengths off the lead behind the tri-leaders, and a 1/2 length back to Morvino, who trails the field. On the far turn, it's Stormin' Sammy with 2.5 furlongs to go. He has the lead over Stars and Stones. Puckish is 3 wide. More Vino circles up to the outside, and Skylar Starship is also in a bit of a quandary. We really nowhere to go at this point in time. They got 3/16 left to travel, and it's Stars and Stones who's set down for the drive. Skylar Starship trying to split rivals. More Vinos on the grandstand side. More Vino warming up to the task. 16th to go. A showdown between Stars and Stones and more Vino, Stars and Stones, more Vino prevails over Stars and Stones. Fourth race from Finger Lakes, scratch number 5, heads or tails. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double. And they're off. Looks to be a good start. Production credit, the favorite Bay Bank. Followed up by Son of Darkness, Stone Guitar, and McDonough. They're third, fourth, and fifth, and then 3.5 lengths back to Smokin' Alone, who's in the sixth and trailing position. Production credit winging up the backstretch with a half mile to go. The lead's a half length over Bay Bank, who is tackling outside in second. Son of Darkness pressures 3 wide in third. McDonough is off the pace today in fourth. A length back to Stone Guitar in fifth, 5 off the lead, and a gap of 5 lengths to the trailer. Smokin' Alone, less than 2.5 furlongs to go. Production credit, Bay Bank now challenging for that top spot, and Son of Darkness fouls that one on the outside in third. A few more lengths back to Stone Guitar and McDonough as they turned into the stretch. Production credit and Bay Bank, these two continued to do battle with 1 furlong to go. In third, Son of Darkness. Stone Guitars in fourth, 16th to go. Bay Bank now gets the upper hand just outside the 16th pole. Son of Darkness up in the second, but it's Bay Bank. Give Koa 2 on the card. Son of Darkness second, close for third. Between a late charging small, $46.80. Exacta, $51.50. 50-cent trifecta, $41. Dime super, $24.87. And they're off. Rio Leve broke about 2 steps behind the field. It's Painting Stones who blitzes out for the front end. Chicago Charlie in the red blinkers emerges in second. Snowstorm outside third. And then it's Not My Type in fourth. Followed up by Stormy's Dreamin'. 5 wide up the backstretch. Racer X is towards the fence and only 3 lengths off the lead up into a joint third. Rio Leve's in second last and about 4.5, 5 off the lead, and 3 lengths to My Kinda Crazy, who brings up the rear. It's Painting Stones who leads this group into the turn. The lead's about a length over Chicago Charlie in pursuit in second. Racer X towards the inside third. Rio Aleve's in fourth and 3.5, 4 lengths off the lead. Stormy's Dreaming's outside of him, then 2 lengths back to Not My Type, My Kinda Crazy, 10 off the lead, and a length and a half to Snowstorm, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and it's Painting Stones who turns them in. Painting Stones comes off the turn, leading by 7 lengths. The battle for the balance, Chicago Charlie, Racer X, Rio Leve, second, third, and fourth. But with a 16th to go, it's Painting Stones. Painting Stones crushes. Give Flores 2 wins on the card. Painting Stones breaks the maiden in style. Chicago Charlie holds second over Rio Leve. Then it was Racer, $20.20. 50-cent try, $26.25. Dime Super, $28.40, 50-cent fix. And they're off. Great start for Brock Monanoff, who goes out for the front end. Frank's Art flashing early speed second. Central Love in third. Ribbons and Medals races in fourth. What's My Category? Mid-pack and fifth to the outside of Maddie's Express. A length to Beach Boy Alice towards the inside in seventh. In eighth place, that's Trap the Dream. And 2 more lengths to the trailer. That is Flash Kiss. Brock Monanoff on top by a half length over Frank's Art, who's outside in second. And then in third, that is Central Love, followed up by Ribbons and Medals, 4 deep on the course. Maddie's Express towards the inside, 3 lengths off the lead from fifth up into third. Beach Boy Al is in sixth and 7 lengths off the lead. What's My Category is next, and a couple lengths to Flash Kiss, who's about a length in front of Trap the Dream at the tail of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Brock Monanoff drifting out a little bit wide. Frank's Art comes to tackle. Maddie's Express towards the inside. Maddie's Express has every chance if good enough, and Maddie's Express is good and able to head Brock Monanoff at the 16th pole. It's Maddie's Express at 6-1. It's go on to score by about 3. Brock Monanoff second. Third, Trap the Dream. Fourth, Frank's Art. Dime Super, $87.05. Pick 4, 4 of 4, $98.12. They're all in the gate. And they're off. G Money wins the break and jets out for the lead. Scaramenga's up the inside in second, now contending for the top spot. As Pascal Moon, 3 wide third, about 2 lengths off the lead. Another 2 lengths back to Enticing Prospect, who runs along in fourth. Big Rich deep on the course. The Delaware boys at the fence, now up into the top 5, 7 lengths off the lead. The Gray Love That Bird second last in is to the outside of Revivalism, who's at the back of the pack. G Money still has that lead over Scaramenga's in some tight quarters towards the inside in second. And then it's Pascal Moon in third, followed up by the Delaware boys, tugging at the jockey to go on. Enticing Prospect sweeps up to the outside, 3 lengths off the lead. Big Rich has 7 lengths to make up. 2 to Revivalism, who's 2 in front of Love That Bird as they reach the top of the home stretch. G Money, Scaramenga able to fire on through with more racing room towards the rail. And Scaramenga on even terms with G Money with 3/16 to go. The Delaware boys is all over the racetrack. And then it's Enticing Prospect on the grandstand side. 16th to go. Scaramenga and G Money first and second. And then it's Enticing Prospect, Revivalism up the rail late. Here's the winning line. Close. Scaramenga got a good bob, but that's a $750. Exacta 2423.40. 4-2 exacta $50. 2-4-1 trifecta $32.62. 4-2-1 trifecta. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Ragtime Prankster, but Magic Beach has the most early speed, and Magic Beach clears off by a length. Salt Spartan improving up the inside in second. Ragtime Prankster outside in third. Then 3 parts to length to Ex Machina, the firster in fourth, who's 2 lengths in front of Montauk Memoirs, who brings up the rear. Magic Beach and Koa on the front end with a half mile to go. The lead's 3 parts of a length. Ragtime Prankster comes to engage outside second. Salt Spartan's in third, 3 lengths off the lead. 2.5 lengths back to Ex Machina, who's a length in front of Montauk Memoirs, who is at the back of the pack. 2.5 furlongs to go in this race. It's Magic Beach and Ragtime Prankster clear by 3. Salt Spartan attempts to rally the outside in third. Montauk Memoirs is out of last in fourth, and about 6 lengths off the lead as they turn into the stretch, and Ragtime Prankster has taken over the lead from Magic Beach. Montauk Memoirs getting on track on the outside, soon up into second. 16th to go. Ragtime Prankster on top by 2.5. Montauk Memoirs lunging late, but it's Ragtime Prankster. Ragtime Prankster in front. Montauk Memoirs second. Ragtime Prankster. 224 2220, 444 $112.50. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Finger Lakes. Monday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 9 races are scheduled, 60 minutes to race number 1. Track is fast. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. First race, take out the outside numerical duo of number 6, Don't Poke the Cat, and number 7, Speedy Hans. Don't Poke the Cat, Speedy Hans, 6 and 7 out of the first. Race number 2. Scratch number 6, Snowbuddy Blink, and number 7, E Complicado. Snowbuddy Blink, E Complicado, 6 and 7. Scratch from the second. Third race, scratch number 1, Dock Advantage. Scratch number 5, Civil Service. Dock Advantage, Civil Service, 1 and 5 out of the third. With the scratches, no show, no try, no superfecta wagering. Race number 4. No changes in the fourth. Race number 5. Late work for number 3, Make a Joyful Noise. Work out at Finger Lakes, July 16th. 3 furlongs fast surface, 36.30 breezing. Late work for number 7, Isle Storm. Work out at Finger Lakes, July 16th. 4 furlongs fast surface, 49.20 breezing. Race number 6. Got a late work for number 3, Retail Man. Workout took place at the Belmont Training Track, July 16th. 5 furlongs fast surface, 102.50 breezing. And a jockey change for number 10, Colton Goes, Rafael Rehena Jr. Rafael Rehena Jr. on number 10, Colton Goes. 7th race. Late work for number 7, Staged Conflict. Workout took place at Finger Lakes, July 16th. 4 furlongs fast surface, 50.20 breezing. 8th race. Late work for number 9, First Trumpet. Workout at Belmont Training Track, July 16th. 4 furlongs fast surface, 48.95 breezing. 9th and final, scratch number 1, Flattery's Music. Number 1, Flattery's Music is a scratch from the 9th race. Jockey change on number 5, Devilly, to Chris Russell. Chris Russell on number 5, Devilly. That's a look at the scratches and changes. Want to welcome our handicapping players here today for our first free handicapping challenge of the season. $2,500 up for grabs. Winner takes home $1,000 in cash. Top 3 got to be Lucky North Rewards members to get the cash. And the top 3 will receive prize money this afternoon. What I can read, challenge consists of races 1 through 8 from Finger Lakes. So it looks like there might be still time to sign up for a free handicapping challenge here at Finger Lakes. Got about 56 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
Welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. It's a little cooler today, but the sun's supposed to be out all day, so great day for some racing, to watch some races, to win some, always a good day to win some money. We got, of course, 3 racing days this week. Today is our handicapping challenge. So a lot of people coming in for the free to enter challenge. Just get your lucky North card and away you go. Might as well take a shot. Cash prizes. I think it's the first 8 contest races at Finger Lakes. So, 5 points for first, 3 points for second, 1 point for third. You got to make a best bet. Not always easy to do. Could be the difference. But good competition today with the Handicapping Challenge. I think it's the first live one we've had this season. Now, speaking of competition, we have a pretty good race in the jockey standings. Now, right now, Andre Worry is a slight lead over Perez. Andre Worry has 31 wins, Perez 30. Cruz, who's kind of having a career year, best year he's had since he's arrived at Finger Lakes anyway, 27 wins. He's been on fire. Cabercoa, last couple years, he's been leading rider. He's got 25. And Kevin Navarro's the other new face up there in the top 5. He's having a pretty good season with 20 victories. Now, he rides for Buckley. Buckley is second in the trainer standing to Ferraro. Had a pretty quick start, but both of them having extra good seasons this year. Now, Banker Blaney's the only 4-time winner, but Olazabal, if I could say that correctly, has a chance to tie him today if he can win race number 1. We shall see. I mentioned Joel Cruz. His valet was Jimbo Bailey. We gave him a pretty good send-up. I think we set a record for most people in a winner's circle photo. Well, it was out on the racetrack. We all joined in and got a big photo. What a great send-off. Spectrum News did a good thing on Jimbo Bailey's retirement. So good luck in retirement to Jimbo Bailey. We gave him a great send-off on our last racing day. Okay, let's look at today's card. We are going to start out with a starter. There is going to be an optional tag of 8,000. Usually probably could just do the starter condition. Don't see a lot of horses in for the tag. We are left with 5 betting interests as we scratch Don't Poke the Cat and Speedy Hans, the 6 and the 7. And, that takes away a little bit of the speed with the 7 scratching, but there is some speed in here. I just had a tough time going against Olazabal as sharp as this horse is. Now, maybe needed a couple races over the track because this one was not as good when he first arrived here. Then got good. And, he probably shouldn't have won when he first stretched out. Looked like Winning Drive was going to win, and turns out Winning Drive has a tough time getting his nose out to get the victory, but Winning Drive got the worst of the trips. But at least he got that confidence builder winning that race, followed it up with a dominant win. Yeah, did take advantage of a speed favored racetrack and got the lead in there, but he came home quick. I was more impressed with his second place finish against Father Walsh than his victories because he chased that one home. Father Walsh has been sharp with 2 straight wins, and then last time beat an easier field, but this field didn't come up that tough either compared to what he just won. I think if he could repeat his last effort, he could do it again and make it 4 of 5 of the last 5 for Olazabal. Now, he's never won at this particular distance, but again, he ran second in that race where Father Walsh speed popped the field. Horse did the same thing and came back to win his next start. Should be out there with the other speed. There, now you got 6 horses, 5 betting interests left. There isn't a ton of speed. I mean, CJ's Grand Slam is a horse that stops. Sutton Breeze has some good speed, but you got to wonder if this horse is going not as sharp as he was. I don't know why they sent that horse long. Has absolutely no route breeding. You hope that didn't take anything out of Sutton Breeze. I want to know who was betting Sutton Breeze last time with no route breeding, but that one could bounce back. But as far as the pace is concerned, I don't know if he's going to be as quick. And Olazabal can be out there with CJ's Grand Slam, take over, and win this race. Now, the closer in here is Double Shot. Now, Double Shot might be overlooked a little bit in this race. And, I'm looking up right now. It's early money, but he's the longest shot on the board at 10-1. And, after you pass Olazabal, I thought the next best might be Double Shot. And so when you're getting 10-1 on a horse that's probably the second best horse in the race, that's a pretty good price. Last time, and I think that's why he's 10-1. I think it's what have you done for me lately with a lot of gamblers, and you got to get out of that mindset if you are a horse player. You can't just look at their last race and say, oh, this horse got no shot. He ran horribly, lost by double digits. Got to do a little bit of research. This one got a bad start on a sloppy race or muddy racetrack, and against Olazabal, who dominated that field anyway. Got beat for second by Nutsy and who's in here, and Fighter Kite, who took advantage of a track that was favoring the inside. I mean, the inside trips. Either you win on the front with an inside trip, or you try to come up the rail and close on the inside, and that's what Fighter Kite did. And Olazabal probably took advantage of it. I mean, Olazabal was going to win that race anyway. And he'll probably win this race. At least all Olazabal has to do is repeat that last effort. Double Shot with a better start and a fast racetrack can get second. So I'm going with a 2-3. Sutton Breeze, if he runs his race, might be able to give Olazabal a run here if he can get out there with the speed. And again, I don't always like that stretch out. I mean, sometimes that's good for fitness reasons. You stretch them out when your horse is a true sprinter. And it used to be called an old school type of training. You blow them out and you bring them back long. I don't know why after 4 starts you would do that. So not sure why this horse even ran a mile last time. And you just got to hope that didn't take any of the speed out of him or anything out of Sutton Breeze. But that's why I used him third in here, not first or second. So I'm going to go with the 2, 3, and 4. Okay, second race, 5,000 maiden claimer going 5.5. We scratched what would have been a first-time starter, Nobody Blink. Scratch the 7, E Complicado. Yeah, you look at it, 2 of them come out of a race that the track, some of the horses took to the track, some of them didn't. It was an interesting day on July 7th. Some horses did, some horses didn't. Stella Brown may have, but she did run the best race. It was also a track that was favoring the speed types, and Only in My Dreams got out there, and you weren't going to catch Only in My Dreams. Stella Brown didn't break all that sharp, made a big middle move, and just kind of flattened out as the other one didn't come back to her. I thought she ran a huge race. And technically against the track, I mean, she didn't sit back and make a run. It was more of a middle move, which was probably the better move on that racetrack. But she ran good. Now, did she like the off track? Maybe. She was overbet, obviously. But she was dropping that day, and she stays at the $5,000 level. She's going to be awfully tough in here. And what do you do with these 6-year-old maiden second-time starter? She ran absolutely huge, considering it was her first start. Now, it does turn out, yes, it was a speed-favoring racetrack that day, but that particular race actually fell apart. The top 3 finishers all were closers. But Dharma was a big drop-down. Dharma was running in special weights. Chickasteka maybe just passed some horses, and so did this one. But considering that was her first start, and something you rarely see, a 6-year-old first-time starter. And keep in mind, I think that's a relatively new rule, where she has to break her maiden this year to continue racing. So maybe today she has a chance to do so. Slow Ready was against that racetrack too. Inside speed was good, and Slow Ready kind of was trying to sit back and make a run, which just didn't have the right type of running style for that race. And that was her first time dropping to 5. Stella Brown did run a better race, but maybe Stella Brown took to the track better. We'll see. But I'm going to go with the old 1, 2, 3 in race number 2. When in doubt, kind of like playing that harness stuff. You go, I'll just bet the inside horse, those half-mile tracks. What did Payback calls it, the grandma box. A third race, No Try. no super, no show, 11-9 claimer. Downwards of a race since a date, never won 4 or 3 lifetime. It was this race comes up tough. I think the last couple times that they've had this condition, it's come up tough. Now a couple of them ended up scratching, so no try, no super, no show. Still a good race with the 4 that are left. You got Fiery Heart, who was up for Horse of the Year before. In Sky We Trust, who's really tough in the condition. Disco Dino, who won the Barker back in 2023 off a layoff. And then you got this new face from Saratoga, Thank You John. I mean, it's a good race. You got a couple speeds in Disco Dino and Thank You John. And then the closers in Sky We Trust and Fiery Heart. So even though there's 4 left, I mean, Disco Dino was not the favorite morning line. I mean, now will be because of the scratch at Doc Advantage. But you can't tell me Doc Advantage should be favored over Disco Dino, who won a stakes race last year. Don't understand that. And the only race that he ran this year was against the top sprinter on the grounds. What has Disco Dino done wrong? And of course, that's the concern. Why he's dropped 11-9 now. He was entered, was a couple weeks ago for 11-9 as well. Ended up not running that day, but I mean, the only race that he ran, man, Jack and Bernie, where are you going there? I mean, Jack and Bernie not only came back to win the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. So I don't know how this horse could possibly not be the favorite in here. Now, again, there's some red flags. I mean, why he's even entered in the race, but I'll go with Sky We Trust for second over Fiery Heart. Although I do think Fiery Heart ran huge last time from a tough outside post. The horse closed. That's just how much tougher this race is with Disco Dino and Sky We Trust. I think it's close between the two of them. Within Sky We Trust and Fiery Heart is the main threats to Disco Dino. And maybe Thank You John takes a little bit out of Disco Dino. Then, maybe in Sky We Trust and Fiery Heart could be helped out by that. But if Disco Dino gets a clear lead in here, it's lights out. I'm going 2-3, though, in race number 3. I'm going to use 2 of them. It's 4 horses. I think they scared all the other ones away. That's why they scratch. I don't know. 4th race, a 5,000 maiden claimer, going 5.5 furlongs. And to me, this race came down to pace. Pace makes the race. Got to keep an eye on how his track plays. Look like they graded the other day. And the inside speed does look to be the 2, Freedom Dreams. Now, Crystal has had some speed before. It seems like she's losing her speed a little bit. But I don't see a lot of other speed in here. Maybe Flying Destiny will show more speed. But I think Freedom Dreams might be able to get the lead in this race and drops again in class. I mean, she ran second against special weights. Granted, it was in the slop, which she should like. But she broke poorly last time. You can forgive the effort, and it was against tougher still, 11-9. I think if she breaks better today, gets the lead, she's going to be awfully tough. Got her on top. Chickasteca might be against it from a pace standpoint. If nobody goes with Freedom Dreams, maybe Crystal can have enough speed from the rail that she can keep that horse honest. But this horse is clearly at the mercy of the pace. I mean, there's not much speed, but if it does develop, she'll be closing. She has no early speed. It seems like that's been working for her, taking the blinkers off, getting taken back, sit back, and make one run. It's working for her. That's her running style. So that's what I expect her to do again today, and it's just a question of, do they come back to her? But other than Freedom Dreams, talent-wise in this field, there isn't much in here, so maybe she could run that one down. The other interesting one is the horse turning back in distance, Starship Kit Kat, because this one could be any kind. Actually, all 4 career starts have been in routes against tougher. Did have the one start here, was in the mud against a pretty decent 5,000 maiden claiming field. That was that speed favoring track that I think it was the only speed horse that didn't go gate to wire because that one wasn't good enough. but it was the horse that was in range that ended up winning. This one wasn't good enough. Maybe didn't take to the track. Cuts back in distance, stays at 5,000. Again, could be any kind. I don't know if she could beat the other two. I'm going to use her third, though. All right. We go to the fifth. Good sized field for race number 5. It is the non-winners of a race since the date, or never won for condition. Yeah, you can make a case for a few of them in here. You got Let's Maga, who's going good, and ran second to a much the best winner. Of course, Laughter was on the inside that day where he didn't want to be, so maybe it was closer than it should have been. That one plays Make a Joyful Noise. I don't know if that one's going the wrong way. The last couple starts haven't been that good. Super Slide's not that badly beaten. I'm a Lot of Ladies coming off a win. Isle Storm drops. Tasty Wave, it's a tougher field today, but ran okay last time. Jayla's run against better in the past, and Legon's Legacy, if it was a route, you'd probably like that horse. Ramon always often fires, hits the board a lot. It's one of those races that, yeah, I would think that you want to spread out a little bit if you're playing picks. I'm going to lean towards Love Thyself on the drop, though. I think she's a little bit better than these. Again, it depends on trips. Trips matter. It's not like she's that much better, but she comes out of a good race. The Shoe Lady, I think the Shoe Lady ran better the second time over the track than that one did the first time over the track, because absolutely dominated. So when you look at it that way, it's only a few lengths behind the second place horse. And the third place horse, Special Pal, came back to win and beat a pretty good field. I think the horse was off the claim for the Niz and came back to win. So now this one drops to 5,000 out of a good race. You got to think that this was the horse to beat. Now the other drop down is the 7 Isle Storm. Maybe an issue getting at the starting gate, but she's got good early speed if she breaks. Then that was the issue last time. Just didn't break it off. She probably wasn't going to beat the Shoe Lady anyway. The Shoe Lady looked awfully dominant. But Isle Storm needs the lead. Maybe not against 5,000 claimer. She just needs a break and get out on the front line with a 5,000 claimer. Against Tougher, she needs the lead. But when you're not breaking out of the gate, you're not going to be anywhere near the lead, and she's going to be compromised. So it might come down to how well this horse breaks. I like the fact she's shortening up to 5,000 because she does have good speed. I also like the fact that she's 6-1. Let's Maga, the third place horse, going to take a lot of money. Probably overbet a little bit, but you know what? This trainer's going well. David Iola's sharp. He's a really good trainer. I think he used to work for Charlton Baker, and his horses are all running lately. So even though this horse is a little dressed up in a sense because Laughter was on the dead rail and she made it close against her, it really wasn't that close, but could be just moving in the right direction and might be able to get a trip in here and win. I'm at least using her third, as she's sharp enough right now, and she could do either. You talk about a versatile horse. She could sit back and make a run. She could use her speed from the rail to get position, and that puts her in a good spot here. So I think she plays. I think you got to use her. I wouldn't take her at a short price, though. I did throw in a long shot for fourth. You know, Tasty Wave comes out of that same race as Laughter. Here's the question. Who the heck was betting Tasty Wave against Laughter, who was a drop down? But yeah, Laughter is probably one of the better plays. Of course, was life and death because the horse was on the rail. But yeah, I mean, that one's going to take some money. And then, but you know, you get these horses that are taking some money, like I'm a Lot of Lady, Tasty Wave, that it gives you a price on another one, like one that actually is a win threat, like Love Thyself or Isle Storm or whatever. But Make a Joyful Noise. This one could be any kind too. I mean, Make a Joyful Noise is a late runner, but has not lifted his feet or her feet the last couple of races. She did break poorly last time, but again, she didn't even show any signs of life the last two. But I like the fact that she comes back here, going to try her again, off of the dull efforts, and maybe that's a sign that there's some other things going on, that they're not giving her a break right now. And I could see her coming late, because earlier in the season, this one was going pretty well for the Murph. I mean, she ran second the day that they bet her, but Georgie's Ladies was lone speed. She might have won that race if somebody went with Georgie's Ladies. And then the race before, Mrs. Bell got the better of the trip. So she was knocking at the door. I don't know what's going on with her the last couple, but maybe she's a good one to throw in for the Super. I'm going to go the 4, 7, 1, and 3 in the fifth, a wide open fifth race, although I do lean towards my top choice on the drop. Okay. Sixth race, another one, like the fifth. It's a bigger field. If you can beat the drop-down Retail Man, I think you can get a price in here, because it's wide open after that. I mean, you look at it this way. Okay, I have 3, 11, 12, 2, although Honorable Avenue has a chance in here. Retail Man adds blinkers for this race. I don't always like that, usually, but the thing is a case of taking the blinkers off, and now blinkers back on, because they felt like it didn't work out. It could have been the sloppy track too last time. So, but the fact that this horse has been running with blinkers, getting it back on, it might be a good thing for Retail Man. But the big thing is the drop in class. This is significant, because you're talking about open 10,000 claimers dropping to 5 and coming back to a fast racetrack. Just on class, this one's better than these horses. So that one was my top choice. I actually got American Gentleman, the 11 horse, as my second choice. As I do give Honorable Avenue a shot at here. It's at 15-1, but I do like American Gentleman as my second choice, the 11 horse. Yeah, whatever. This one comes off a 4th and a 6th place finish, but the sprint races are not this horse's thing. I mean, it wants to go long. Probably not getting the race. Maybe didn't fit the condition book or whatever. So I don't like the post, because he's a speed type, but maybe he could work out a trip where he doesn't get hung out there, make the move towards the lead at the right time. There's a horse by American Pharaoh. He wants to go long, and he just hasn't had a route race. Is going to get a route race today, and I like him second best. At least I'm saying I like him second best. The 12 Goldini, another one that's going to have a tough time out there, but one of the things you can say about this race, it's loaded with speed. Bobby the Tank could be the inside speed of the speed. Sometimes that holds on. Jitter Juice isn't as quick, but he's got speed. Honorable Avenue's got speed. Keegs, really one way of going in sprints, and then on the route he had to go with speed. Colton Goes is a horse that closes. Might be another one to consider. But Goldini might be the best of the closers. Just how much is this horse going to be? Is he going to be able to get position? Does he have to be taken back to save ground? A lot goes into that. But one thing you say, he should have some pace to chase. Now, the speed of the speed does look like the 2, Bobby the Tank. Is he good enough to go all the way with some pressure on the front end coming out of sprints? He'll probably have to go some decent fractions. You're looking at probably a 48 half, which would be fast. I mean, but it's not like you got that many true closers. If he can get the lead on the speed and put away the other speed, there's only a couple of horses that can pass horses that have a chance to run them down. I'll throw them in there. I actually was going to use a couple honorable mentions in here. Colton Goes and Honorable Avenue. Of course, I guess I'm giving an extra one because they replaced Honorable Gentleman with them. But Colton Goes might be the other true closer in here and might improve off of the last race. And Honorable Avenue should improve off the last race. Took a lot of early money in that one. So I'm going to go with the 3, 11, 12, and 2 in race number 6. I guess 7 rhymes with 11. 7th race, a maiden race for fillies and mares, going a distance of 1.70 miles. I'm taking a shot in here, a little bit of, I mean, it's not a big shot. I guess the horse is second choice. I think second or third choice on the morning line. Last of my kind, 4-1 morning line. Doesn't show anything in 2 career starts. Now, Mike Baselli sends this one in here for a well-known owner, and Sophia Vivas picks up the mount. Obviously, she's really good from Woodbine. Ran once on the turf. It does have some turf breeding. That was the first start. The added blinkers put her on the dirt, and in a 7 furlong race, didn't show much. Overmatched in the 20. I think this race comes up a little bit easier going against our maiden special weights. And obviously the route shouldn't be an issue for last of my count. She's better bred than the horses in this field. Now, Skyrunner's going to be a big favorite, logical horse. The fact that she's been a beaten favorite 2 in a row with no real excuse makes me go the other. Maybe you find a horse that is a wild card that could try to beat her. And last of my kind is a half to Doc Sullivan. I think that horse ran the New York Derby. I think won the first leg of the Big Apple Triple, the Mike Lee. It ended up running here in that race. But Doc Sullivan was a good one. So she's a half to him. You got, look at Lee on the dam side, Giants Causeway. So the distance, obviously, not a big issue. I like this horse's chances. Maybe get a little value, because Skyrunner's going to take a lot of play, but has been. She's burnt money the 2 starts here at Finger Lakes. She ran second to Silent Sandy. Silent Sandy got the jump on her. Last time, Gabby's Legacy was probably a better horse. It was a speed favoring day, though. The Light Pond's Law, of course, Light Pond's Law kind of had an easy lead. That one came back to win on a speed favoring day. But Skyrunner ran pretty good, I guess. I mean, but again, she's going to take that kind of money, 2 to 1 on the morning line. Plays, but doesn't have to win. Good to use her second. I'll use Je T'adore. I know I'm saying that one wrong. For Ronnie Breed Jr., this one coming off a decent number last time relative to this field. That was against restricted 3-year-olds, so she'll face the older horses here. I mean, it's not any tougher. A lot of these races, the restricted 3s are tougher, and they're mostly 3-year-olds in here. Anyway, the Skyrunner is the 4-year-old. They're pretty much all 3-year-old fillies are in that one anyway, so not a step up, basically. And again, the number in the last race is good enough to put her right there against this field. It's just a matter of the distance. This is only the second time she's attempted going long. The first time didn't go so well, but it was on the turf in New York. I think she has the rail. She could get a trip from in there and could land a share. So I'm going to go with the 2, 5, and 1. Probably use the 2 and 5 in picks. Those seem to be the 2 most likely, although 2 is a little bit of a wild card coming in here with not the best form, but some really good breeding. Okay, 8th race, an allowance race, never won 3 condition. This one will go a route, mile and 16th, and Burning Beauty, if he repeats the last effort, he's going to win. And he looked good. He looked good. Now, granted, it was an easier field. Jake's Orchard finishes second an awful lot. But he drew away and did a pretty quick time for the day. In the previous race, I mean, he ran behind 2 next-out winners. Sorority Prank has been unbeatable in conditions since arriving here. Alfgar, I think that horse came back to win and then ran second at Saratoga. So that one going pretty well. Burning Beauty, horse to beat. Going to be tough. Unless the pace beats him. You know, the speed does come from the 3. Seems Like Destiny. And he went too quick. It was his first start off a layoff since November. He shot out there, was going very quick fractions for the day. And, you know, Sorority Prank sat off him. And, you know, let's face it, Sorority Prank would be tough in here. Now, I'm not saying Sorority Prank has to beat Burning Beauty, but Sorority Prank would be favored in here. And that one's a real good one. So it seems like Destiny's Stop may have needed the race anyway and is going that kind of fractions. Had to get something out of it. So it looks like the speed. And I think at 8 to 1, maybe worth a shot to hang around. If he could get the lead, maybe the best shot to beat Burning Beauty with the pace and the track's favoring speed, and a good long shot to consider. Lifetime Guarantee's another good long shot to consider. Consider he's 8 to 1 morning line anyway. He'll probably improve off of that last race. That, like Seems Like Destiny, he was making his first start off of a long layoff, and he's going long. Not easy to do, so I would expect him to improve off of that race. Rockstar Rebel I liked last time. Alfgard just better, maybe got the better of the trips too. I mean, this one ended up getting caught a little bit wide on the turn while the other two horses got a little better of the trips. So, I mean, that's just the way it worked out. But the previous two starts were wins. He seems like he's improving, and it just was the trip that beat him last time. I just think this field is tougher, so I'm going to use him fourth. I think, it's a bigger field and a better field than the field. I mean, you didn't have a horse like Burning Beauty in the race that he comes out of, where he was probably the most logical and he just didn't get a trip. Tougher spot, but maybe he improves enough to be there. 2, 3, 7, 5 for me in race number 8. Okay, last race. Scratch one of the main contenders. The one Flattery's Music. Might have took that one on top. Chris Russell is going to be on the 5. Devilly. And what about Chris Russell? Well, I do want to say, Stephen Frett, we do wish him well. I mean, he got injured in training last week. He injured his wrist. I don't have all the information. I haven't had a chance to talk to Stephen, but we wish him a speedy recovery, obviously. Everybody, he's a well-likable guy. Very improved rider, too. He's doing very well this year, and we hope for a speedy recovery for him. How about Chris Russell? First start in years. I think it was like 2018, something like that. He rode in Los Alamitos. Got injured, took a break, came back here, was exercise riding backside off of that long, he was injured. Just Eddie Davis puts him on a horse, and the first mount that he's on looks great. Rated the horse perfectly, and ended up winning the race with him. I'd watch out for this guy. He's a veteran and a really good rider. See if he can pick up some mounts. Maybe I'll go be his agent down there. Anyway, I don't know if he could do that much with Devilly, though. I'm going to go. I look at the pace here, and yeah, Ouch That Hurts and Tumbles do have some tactical speed, but I think Fast Fran is faster, and she needs the lead against these, and I think she can get it. She probably needed her last race. She was off since November. No real excuse. I mean, she's supposed to run better than what she did. I mean, she did go quick for the day. The 22 was a fast first quarter, but Thin Legs was up close too. She should have run better than what she did. She does usually run well fresh, but she is 8 years old now. So, maybe getting a little older, she needed the race. So, it's a better scenario, it seems like. I don't think Ouch That Hurts is as fast, or Ouch That First will be that aggressive. I mean, Ouch That Hurts on the inside now with a scratch of Flattery's Music. But if Fast Fran can get the lead in here, I think she could win. Yeah, Ouch That Hurts, she broke poorly last time. And she hasn't always run well. I mean, last year she ran okay off the layoff. The year before she didn't. So she hasn't always run well fresh. And maybe that was the case. I think the bad break really hurt her because she needs to be in the race at her, a little older. She doesn't really sit back that far. She can sit and make a run. She doesn't need the lead. And I think she might use her position to sit second and save some ground behind Fast Fran. And maybe if that one isn't the same horse, stops, she'll be in a perfect position to run her down. Now, Tumbles is the good long shot in here. Tumbles is a big price at odds of 12-1. Now, she did take advantage of a relatively paceless race and a quicker track when she won off the layoff. But she was off the layoff, didn't beat anything, didn't beat much of a field, but she did win for $5,000. Stepped up and ran into the Shoe Lady. Where are you going there? Probably last. So she drops back down to $5,000. I mean, she's in for the 4 lifetime part of the condition. That makes it tougher because usually you get tougher horses in for the other condition. But I think she could be there at a big number, 12-1. She loves to move. Hasn't quite been the same horse this year as last year, which is rare because all these John Buckley horses are running well. But she's due, and she hasn't always had the best trip in some of these races. And, last time it was smart to go to the front. Honestly, I don't have much excuse for her last time. She kind of had everything her own way, but there's a couple Bavarian creams tough in the condition. I think she could sit a trip. They got to back up to her a little bit, and she's got to avoid being wide. If it's an inside track, it's going to be up against her today. But we'll see how the track plays. We'll know by race number 9. Of course, this is not a contest race. If you're playing the contest, you're just looking at this one to make some money. Always look at these races to make some money because that's the name of the game. So yeah, handicapping contests today. Get your entries in. It's free to enter. If you don't have a Lucky North card already, get one. Enter the contest and see if you can win some money. It's cash prizes. If they let me in, I would try to get in. Why not? Take a shot. We continue live racing. We got Tuesday and Wednesday this week. Remember, Wednesday's a little later, 1:15. But tomorrow, we continue live racing when the 1 o'clock first post. We'll see you then.
Horses coming on the track. First race from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. First half of the entry. Number 1, CJ's Grand Slam and Joel Cruz. Other half of the entry, the 1A Nutsy with Christian Navarro. Number 2, Ola Sabel and Jeremias Flores. Number 3 is Double Shot Andre Worry. Number 4, Sutton Breeze and Carlos Camilo. Number 5, Looking Super and Emmanuel De Diego. Track is fast. First race in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. First race from Finger Lakes. Field of 6, 5 betting interest going 5 1/2 furlongs. Big favorite 1 to 2. Number 2, Ola Sabel. Winner of 3 of his last 4 races, all here at Finger Lakes. Nutsy in the red blinkers. Part of the entry. Into line, Sutton Breeze, and Looking Super. They're all on the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Hop in the air at the start for Double Shot. It's Looking Super. Ola Sabel. Ola Sabel at the fence gets the early lead. CJ's Grand Slam splitting rivals up into third. Now 2 lengths off the lead. 2.5 lengths to Sutton Breeze in fourth, who's about 2.5, 3 lengths in front of Nutsy, who's about 3 lengths in front of Double Shot, who's at the back of the pack. Well strung out for a field of 6 as they make the entry into the turn. Ola Sabel, the chalk, has the lead by a half length. Looking Super harassing outside in second. And then it's CJ's Grand Slam, who tracks in third. Sutton Breeze outside of him in fourth. Then about 8 lengths back to Nutsy, who's 2 lengths in front of Double Shot, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. It's Ola Sabel, the first to face us, comes off the turn, leading by 3.5 lengths. Sutton Breeze on the grandstand side. CJ's Grand Slam plugging away at the fence. 1 furlong to go. Ola Sabel on top now by 6 lengths. Sutton Breeze up in the second, but no match for the leader and the winner, Ola Sabel. Ola Sabel now has won 4 of his last 5. Sutton Breeze second. Third was Nutsy. Fourth, Double Shot. 24183, number 2, Olosable first. 5.5 furlongs, 104.64. To the winner's circle, number 2, Olosable. Kentucky bred, 5-year-old duck brown gelding by Bolt Doro out of Derby Eve. Frank Fumira and Come What May Racing. The ownership, Rachel Sells, the trainer, Jeremiah Flores, the winning jockey. Susan Kasner, bred Olosable. It's official, $260 the winning mutual. Exacta $5.50, 50-cent trifecta, $3.60. Dime super, $1.93. Second race, Finger Lakes, scratch number 6, Nobody Blink, and number 7, E Complicado. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time, race number 2 in 21 minutes at 1:29 p.m.
in the paddock for race number 2, and look back at the first. Man, this horse has gotten good. Olazabal, first couple races over the track, not so much, and then has won 4 of the last 5, and really the trip and the pace was the only time that he got beat by Father Walsh. Other than that, man, this horse is really sharp and looked good in victory today. Jeremiah Flores for Rachel Sells. May just need a couple of trips over the track. Second race, a 5,000 maiden claimer going 5.5 furlongs. Scratch the 2 outside horses, the 6 Snowbody Blink and the 7 E Complicado. Looks like a couple horses on the inside getting most of the play. You got Stella Brown. Stella Brown ran second, and she made a nice middle move in that race and just couldn't catch She's in My Dream, who kind of had things her way and was probably best anyway. But Stella Brown ran very well, considering she didn't break all that sharp, and did make that move. It was her first race over the track, back over the track, I should say. And any improvement from that race, even if she repeats that performance, she might be able to beat these. The interesting one is the 6-year-old second-time starter. She made her first start. She took some money. So I guess, you know, if somebody gives you a tip on a horse and says, hey, I got this 6-year-old first-time starter, you might ignore him, but this one did take a lot of money and actually ran well to be third. So interesting how much money she did take and to run to it. I mean, at 5,000, I guess they had her in the right spot. The race did fall apart, though. I mean, it was a speed day. There's a couple of races late that the speed didn't last, and this was one of them. And it was a drop-down Dharma that ended up winning the race. This one made up a lot of ground, though. But again, you're more impressed by the rally when they're catching the speed, when the speed doesn't back up. But when the speed runs 1, 2, 3, it's not as impressive. But it was a big effort considering she was making her first start as a 6-year-old, maybe enjoying her childhood. Slow Ready was my third choice. She didn't handle the track last time, and that was her first time dropping to 5. So maybe another chance for her, as she didn't make any move at all in that same race as Stella Brown. So at least Stella Brown showed some signs of life, but she also may have liked the track better. But she might be the other one to consider in race number 2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in the second race. Scratch both the 6 and the 7.
Horses coming on the track for the second race. From Finger Lakes, here's your field. Number 1 is Stella Brown and Joel Cruz. Number 2 is Anna V. Luis Pena aboard. Number 3, Slow Ready and Hemin Harkey. Number 4 is Chuckatuck, Christian Navarro. And number 5 is Cruise In to Win, and Emmanuel de Diego scratch the 6 and 7. Post time in just a few minutes. for race 2 from Finger Lakes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the starting gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 5 fillies and mares, maiden claimers to go 5 1/2 furlongs. Even money on number 1, Stella Brown. 3-2 on number 2, Anna V. Loading up, race 2. Chakatak goes in, slow ready, and cruise in to win. Even money on Stella Brown. Cruise in to win to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Good start. Chuckatuck cruise in to win. The outside 2 sending out for the lead. Stella Brown's at the fence. Slow Ready's in the 2 path, only a neck off the lead. And then about 6 lengths to the trailer, and that is Anna V. Stella Brown setting a pressured pace. Slow Ready, the immediate danger second. Chuckatuck 3 wide third. A length and a half to cruise in to win. Shuffled fourth and deep on the course and niggled upon to keep up. Now 5 lengths off the lead is she. And 3 lengths to Anna V, who's been trailing throughout. 3 furlongs to go. Stella Brown opens up by about a length, swishing the tail around. The lead's a length and a half over Slow Ready in second. Chuckatuck's in third. Anna V now starting a rally up the inside and fourth, getting a good trip around the turn. As they turn into the home stretch, it's Stella Brown the first to face us. Slow Ready. Anna V is up the inside, and if good enough, has inside passage. Stella Brown has that lead by a length and a half over Slow Ready. Anna V's up the inside, and then it's Chuckatuck. 16th to go. Stella Brown continues to fight on the front end and turns away all challengers. Stella Brown breaks the maiden today. Slow Ready second. Chuckatuck third. Anna V fourth. Number 1, Stella Brown first. Second, number 3, Slow Ready. Third, number 4, Chuckatuck. Fourth, number 2, Anna V. 5 1/2 furlongs and 108.44. Back to the winner's circle, number 1, Stella Brown. New York bred, 3-year-old Bay filly by Big Brown out of Blindside Hit. Eric Bruns is the owner, M. Anthony Ferraro the trainer, Joel Cruz the winning jockey, BB Stallion, and Baroni's Sunnycrest Farm bred Stella Brown. Favorite wins again. Race 2, $350 the winning mutual. Double $560, exacted $13.80. 50-cent try, $5.75. Dime super, $1.81. Third race from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 1, Dock Advantage, and number 5, Civil Service. With the scratches, no show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Win in place, exacta, daily double, pick 4 wagering, post time for race number 3 in about 19 minutes at 1:58 p.m. Did have a claim in race 2. Number 1, Stella Brown claim, new owner trainer Victor Dean III.
All right, coming up on race number 3, and yeah, another favorite, Stella Brown, able to take care of business there, and probably got helped by the pace scenario as she was able to take over and hold off Slow Ready and others. So Joel Cruz gets a victory for M. Anthony Ferraro, kind of a short double, but if you're in the contest, doesn't matter what they pay. You want winners. Third race, no try, no super, no shows. We're down to 4 betting interests. We scratched the 1, Dock Advantage, and the 5, Civil Service. Real interesting race in the sense that Disco Dino, man, in for 11,000. Now, he was in before, ended up not running the race, but his last race, it isn't that bad. I mean, it ran against Jack and Bernie off of a layoff since September. So it's not like the horse ran down the track, double-digit loss to the best sprinter on the grounds. He's almost 7 lengths closer to the best sprinter on the ground. So it wasn't that horrible an effort, and he beat 2 horses in a very good, classy, optional claiming allowance race. So it's more of a red flag why this horse is dropping and for sale for $11,000. Well, he doesn't run much. Remember, he came off the layoff when he won the George Barker, a little bit of an upset, but then he pulled off that upset at Saratoga as well last July. So he's been known to do that and run big at times. And he's the inside speed inside of Thank You, John, that if he runs his race, he's going to be awfully tough in here. And Sky We Trust and Fiery Heart are probably the main 2 threats. In Sky We Trust, almost looks like he was sitting on a win. He hasn't had the best of trips. Last time El Mundro took advantage of a scratched horse, and there was no speed in there to come back to him. And El Mundro went pretty quick, too. Father Walsh speed popped to field the race before. So he hasn't had the pace scenario that he needs, so he'll need some help if Thank You, John, puts the pressure on Disco Dino early. So four left here, but a good 4. We got no try, no super, no show. We do start the early pick 4, scratch the 1 and the 5.
On the track, race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 1 and 5. Number 2, Disco Dino and Cabercoa. Number 3, in Sky We Trust, Luis Perez. Number 4, Fiery Heart and Kevin Navarro. And number 6, Thank You, John, Nasario Alvarado. No show, no try, no superfecta wagering. Post time in a few minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Field of 4 to go 6 furlongs. Condition claiming race. In Sky We Trust, Fiery Heart, and Thank You John. No strong favorites. As Thank You John goes up in the line, they're all in the gates, and they're off. It's Disco Dino from an inside post. Thank You John getting on track on the outside and challenging in second. Then a couple lengths in Sky We Trust is the inside of Fiery Heart. Almost 2 by 2 as they travel up the backstretch. Disco Dino's on top, the leads on neck over Thank You John, who's threatening on the outside second. A space of 4 lengths to Fiery Heart, who's now ahead in front of In Sky We Trust, who's at the back of the pack as they make the entry into the turn. Disco Dino and Koa on top, the lead's a half length. Thank You Don urged in second, then about 5 lengths back to In Sky We Trust, who reclaims third, and Fiery Heart has been shuffled back to the tail of the field as they leave the quarter pole behind. Disco Dino has the lead. In Sky We Trust with a burst of energy now into second and a length off the lead, and In Sky We Trust right alongside Disco Dino with 1 furlong to go. In Sky We Trust takes over the lead. In Sky We Trust strides away by a length and a half, 2 over Disco Dino and Fiery Heart. In Sky We Trust victorious. Close for second between Disco Dino and Elite Charging Fiery Heart. Back to the winner's circle, number 3, In Sky We Trust. Ninth career win, Kentucky bred, 8-year-old dark brown gutting by Sky Kingdom out of Downhill Joey. G&M Racing Stables. The ownership, Michael Ferraro is the trainer. Luis Perez, the winning jockey. Horseshoe Racing bred, In Sky We Trust. $4 the winning mutual. Daily double, $13. Exacta, $10.80. Fourth race, Finger Lakes. No changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double. Pick 3 wagering. Post time in 21 minutes.
Okay, we're in the paddock for race number 4, and Sky We Trust able to run down Disco Dino to get the victory. Louis Perez for trainer Michael S. Ferraro. Good looking effort by that one. It'll start off a pick 4. As we go to the 4th, it's a 5,000 maiden claimer, going 5.5. And from a pace standpoint, it does seem like the two Freedom Dreams may have a little bit of an advantage on this field, plus a little bit of a class advantage, dropping down to 5,000. Appears to be the speed. Ran second chasing the pace against special weights in the slop. Has actually caught off tracks the last 2 starts here at Finger Lakes. And the last race comes out of a better race and broke poorly. So gets some class relief again, dropping to 5,000, and is getting some play right now at odds of 3-2. And may also have a tactical edge if able to get the lead early. Now, Chiquisteca is the opposite. This one comes from out of it as he'll be closing ground as Freedom Dreams, if that one does get some pressure. He will be making a move late as Chiquisteca did show some signs of life when taking the blinkers off a couple races ago and ran second. But, of course, that was the race that did fall apart, as we talked about that in the first race. But Chiquisteca still followed up with a decent effort, running third behind Stella Brown last time. Of course, Stella Brown already a winner today, so it does turn out to be a good race that she comes out of. It's just a matter of pace flow here. Is she going to get something to run at? The 5 Starship Kit Kat has a little bit of class, running on different surfaces at Gulfstream, trying the dirt for the first time last time, but it was in the mud. So this will be the first time on a faster track. Also faster track in a sprint of 5.5. She's been primarily going long, with the exception of the 5 furlong race on the Tapeta. So Starship Kit Kat, another one that could be any kind, getting a little play of 5-1, but this is one of those tricky reads. How good is she? Because she's really unproven on a faster racetrack that she's never competed on. Maybe worth a look. Crystal has had a lot of chances. Crystal lost by double digits last time, but she does have some tactical speed, which will put her close with Freedom Dreams early. Will at least put her in position to be a threat. And she's hit the board numerous times, but has had a lot of chances to break that maiden condition. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in the 4th. You got about 7 minutes to post.
Coming on the track, race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Crystal and Joel Cruz. Number 2, Freedom Dreams, Jeremias Flores. Number 4, Ruby's Pearl, Luis Pena. Number 5, Starship Kit Kat and Alexa Marie Cintron. Number 6, Flying Destiny and Laird Bailey. Number 7 is Frisbee B and Kevin Navarro. Number 8, War Terminatrix and Rafael Rohina Jr. And number 3 is Chick Azteca and Andre Worry. Post time in a few minutes. War Terminatrix. Crystal. Huh? Post time in a couple minutes. Fillies and Mares are approaching the starting gate here at Finger Lakes. Approaching the gate. And the Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate. Race 4 from Finger Lakes. Field of 8 Fillies and Mares going 5.5 furlongs. Maiden claimers. 4 to 5 on number 2, Freedom Dreams. Ruby's Pearl going up. Starship Kit Kat. Flying Destiny. Frisbee Bee and War Terminatrix. Even Money, Freedom Dreams. Frisbee Bee. War Terminatrix. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Step tardy, War Terminatrix. It's Frisbee Bee who accelerates out for the front end. Chick Azteca, Freedom Dream second and third. Followed up by Ruby's Pearl, who's 3 deep in fourth. Flying Destiny outside of her in fifth. Crystal towards the inside six. Starship Kit Kat and amongst horses seventh, 6 lengths off the lead. And a length and a half two to War Terminatrix, who's at the tail of the field. On to the turn. Freedom Dreams has the inside and the lead over Frisbee Bee, who is on the outside in second, a space of 4. Back to Chick Azteca, who tracks in third. Crystal's up the inside fourth. As it's Starship Kit Kat outside into a joint fourth. 4 more lengths back to Flying Destiny, drops back. Ruby's Pearl passes her, and War Terminatrix trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Still a struggle between Frisbee B and Freedom Dreams. Frisbee B with a slender lead. Chick Azteca gets every chance, and Crystal wants some racing room and has nowhere to go, and he'll have to check and go to the outside of Chick Azteca. 16th to go. Chick Azteca on top. Crystal surging late on the outside, but it's Chick Azteca with the trip and the win. Crystal second, third, Frisbee B fourth, Freedom Dreams. Three one seven two. Number 3, Chick Azteca first. Five and a half furlongs, 108.57. Back to the winner's circle, number 3, Chick Azteca. Kentucky bred, 3-year-old dark brown filly by Sharp Azteca out of Trevi Chick. We'll hold off on the winner's circle. We do have a trainer objection in this race. Trainer of the 1, Crystal Timothy Murphy, has lodged an objection versus the unofficial winner, the 3, Chick Azteca, for alleged interference in the stretch. Trainer objection, 1 versus 3 for alleged interference in the stretch. Stewards will evaluate that objection. Please hold all tickets. Trainer canceled his objection, so therefore, obviously no action taken, as is 3172. Chick Azteca. Do it again, winner's circle. Pleasantries, Kentucky bred, 3-year-old dark brown filly by Sharp Azteca out of Trevi Chick. My Purple Haze Stables owns, Chris Engelhardt trains, Andre Worry the winning jockey. Hinkle Farms bred, Chick Azteca. $13.40 the winning mutual. Double $20.20. Exacta $76.50. Trifecta $83. Dime Super $45.50. 50-cent pick 3. $13.37. Fifth race from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double. Late pick 5 wagering. Post time race number 5 in 20 minutes at 2:58 p.m.
Okay, late pick 5 starts with the 5th, and fourth race won from off the pace by Chickasteca as Freedom Dreams did get some pressure in that race, and Crystal also closing. So we've had a pretty fair track. Had some speed horses, and now we get a closer. Chickasteca did improve with the blinkers taken off, and that his running style's been working for him, and today worked out to a T as he gets a victory under Andre Worry for trainer Chris Engelhardt. We get the pick 5 beginning with the 5th. This is the late pick 5. This is the one with the carryover. And, looking at the board right now, you got some early money on the 4, Love Thyself, on the drop in class. And very logical horse she is, as she ran 4th in her last race in a really tough field. Special Pal ran 3rd in front of her. That one was claimed and came back to win. And the Shoe Lady's been very sharp lately, too. She did a pretty quick time. They went 1:11 and change, which was very fast for that day. So she gets some class relief again, dropping to 5,000, which automatically makes her a player. And 3 of her 4 wins have been at 5.5. So the distance is actually good for her, too. Now, Isle Storm is the 7 horse. Thought she was, that's a good price at 8-1, but she could be the speed if she breaks. The problem with Isle Storm is, she's been having trouble getting out of the starting gate. At least that was what happened last race. Is she stumbled right as the gate opened and was never really in the race because she needs to be with the pace and really needs to be with the pace to win. And that hasn't been the case with a lot of her races. And some of her races was some bad tactics, but when she has been in the race, and this is 5,000, she could be awfully tough if she gets out of the starting gate today. She's currently at odds of 8-1. The one Let's Maga, obvious contender here. More seconds and thirds than victories, but she often fires. The trainer's going good. They've all been sharp, and her last race was a big effort. As Laughter was an obvious horse. For some reason, it did go off the favor, but Laughter was a drop down coming out of starter allowance competition, and basically was laid over the field. Was much better in that field, and Let's Maga gave her a run. Now, did take advantage of a track that Laughter was on the inside, which was not the place to be. So Let's Maga made it closer than what it should have been, but that was still a big effort. So she's got to be considered using here off of that race, and she's a big threat. 4-1 is the price on her. Make a Joyful Noise that I threw in for a long shot for 4th. You got to forgive her recent efforts, though. I mean, I don't know what's going on with her lately. Last time she does have an excuse that she didn't really break all that sharp, but she was never really showed any signs of life. But today just saw a horse win from off the pace. If the pace does take its toll, Make a Joyful Noise, one of those horses that maybe can make a late run and add some value to the number. Now this one, it is a 10-horse field, and she's going to be double-digit odds. At least right now she is at 11-1. So that's a few of the ones that I liked in a pretty open race here. Although Love Thyself does seem to have the edge on class. Exacta Super Daily Double and the late pick 5 starts with race number 5.
Fillies and mares coming on the track. Fifth race, Finger Lakes. Number 1, Let's Maga leads the post parade. Christian Navarro aboard. Number 2 is Ramon and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3, Make a Joyful Noise, Michael Davila Jr. Number 4 is Love Thyself and Kevin Navarro. Number 5, Super Slide and Rafael Regina Jr. Number 6, Amalada Lady and Carlos Camilo. Number 7 is Isle Storm and Nasario Alvarado. Number 8, Tasty Wave, Hemant Harkey. Number 9, Jayla, Andre Worry. And number 10, Liggins Legacy and Jeremias Flores. Post time in a few. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the starting gate. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Start a late 50-cent pick 5. Some good size fields in the late pick 5 today here at Finger Lakes. Favorite in race number 5. Right now, number 4, Love Thyself. 3-1, number 8, Tasty Wave. And 7-2 on number 1, Let's Maga. Isle Storm. Tasty Wave. Jayla. And Liggins Legacy. Jayla going up. Liggins Legacy to the outside. They're all in the gates. And they're off. Pretty good start. Isle Storm, Tasty Wave. These two blast out for the front. Ramon's towards the inside third, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Love Thyself's in fourth. Let's Maga towards the inside fifth. Super Slide sixth. And then it's Amalada Lady, Jayla, and Liggins Legacy are all on the outside and about 10 or 11 lengths off the lead. And Make a Joyful Noise is 10th and trailing as they make the entry into the turn. Tasty Wave, the gray, has a lead by a length and a half, too, over Isle Storm, who's niggled upon to keep up in second. Ramon's in third, 5.5 lengths off the lead. Let's Maga ground saving fourth and 3 lengths back to Love Thyself, who's in fifth. 3 more lengths back to Liggins Legacy in sixth. The others have a lot of running to do as they reach the top of the stretch. Tasty Wave turns them in. Isle Storm tries to cut into the margin, tries to change leads in second. Let's Magas towards the inside third. Ramon's in fourth. Love Thyself outside fifth, but 10 lengths off the lead. 16th to go. It's Tasty Wave on top by about 5 lengths. The battle for second. Let's Maga to the inside of Isle Storm, but it's Tasty Wave in front. Let's Maga second. Third, Isle Storm. Then it was Make a Joyful Noise, who closed from last to get fourth. 8173. Number 8, Tasty Wave first. To the winner's circle, number 8, Tasty Wave. New York Red, 6-year-old gray mare by Central Banker out of Miss Micromanagement. Walima Samad, the owner. Julius Ashley, the trainer. Hemant Harkey, the winning jockey. Meadow Hill Lane Farm bred Tasty Wave. Tasty Wave pays $7.80 to win, double $66, exacta $37.20. 50-cent try, $41.37. Dime Super, $37.25. And the early pick 5 of 5, $97.12. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. Put Rafael Rahina Jr. on number 10. Colton Goes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 4 wagering. Late pick 4 starts on race 6, 21 minutes. To get down on the 6th race, started late 50-cent pick 4 here at Finger Lakes. And a couple claims in race number 5. Number 4, Love Thyself. Patter Pop Racing, new owner. Dana Saul, new trainer. And number 6, Amalada Lady. Anthony Ferraro, new owner, trainer for the 6 Amalada Lady.
All right, coming up on race number 6, and Tasty Wave won that race right before the quarter when she was able to get the lead on Isle Storm, who bailed out to get off the rail. So Tasty Wave kind of inherited a good lead after that under Heeman Harkey, and was able to control the fractions and go on to victory for trainer Julius Ashley. We go to the sixth, the 5,000 claimer, 1 mile 70. This is for horses that won a race since a date or never won 4 races. And yeah, we're not used to these 12 horse fields, and it's loaded with pace too. And you got a drop down in Retail Man, who is taking a little bit of play at 9-2. You'll get some value in here with the field size. There are some question marks with Retail Man. He took the blinkers off last time. Don't know if it was the slop or the blinkers off, but he didn't fire at all, so they're going to try to put the blinkers back on. But the big thing is the reduction in class. Should find this spot a lot easier. He's at 9-2, one of the major players. The 11 is American Gentleman, and one thing about American Gentleman, he really didn't have as much of a chance in the sprints. He ran okay, but sprinting is not his thing. He's a router, and now he finally, in his 4th start, is able to get into a route race. Unfortunately, he's got a tough post. But if he can work out a trip, get out there and get in position at some point and save a little bit of ground, he's got to be considered in here for 5,000 in a route. Would really like him a lot if he was positioned inside. But certainly worth a look if he can get a trip from out there. Now, mention all the pace. I mean, you got Keegs and Bobby the Tank, who have speed in sprints, and they have one way of going. And then you got others who like to be forwardly placed. The closers seem to be Goldini and Colton Goes, and they're really on the outside. Now, Goldini is in a 12 post, and he's 17-1. Maybe because of the post. His last race wasn't very good because he got caught wide. Unfortunately, there's a good chance he'll get caught wide again. But it does seem like his running style could help him here if he's able to get a trip with all this pace signed up. I would expect a pretty decent pace for a mile 70. Maybe you're looking at 23 and 4, 48. I don't know, but it should be a pretty decent pace to chase if he can work out a trip from the 12 post. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the late pick 4 starts in the 6th. You got 5 minutes to post.
Coming on the track, race 6 from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Jacoba and Michael Davila Jr. Number 2, Bobby the Tank and Emmanuel De Diego. Number 3 is Retail Man and Caber Koa. Number 5 is Jitter Juice and Andre Worry. There's the 4, Mortgage Rate and Chris Russell. Number 6 is Ring Good and Luis Pena. We'll see the rest of the field as they come onto the track. Post time for race 6 in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. Full field of 12 to go a mile and 70 yards. 5 to 2 on number 3, Retail Man. 5 to 2, number 9, Kegs. Loading up for race 6. Start a late 50-cent pick 4. Jitter Juice. Ring Good. Honorable Avenue. Kegs. Colton Goes. American Gentleman and Goldini. Got one very fractious. And that is mortgage rate. There's going to be a delay here. There's going to be a delay in the running of this sixth race. Scratch the 4 mortgage rate. Number 4 mortgage rate is scratch. Additional late scratch in this sixth race. Scratch number 5, Jitter Juice. Number 5, Jitter Juice also scratched from the sixth race. Scratch the 4 and 5, both late scratches. Loading up once again for race 6. Down to a field of 10. Late scratches of number 4, Mortgage Rate, and number 5, Jitter Juice. Honorable Avenue. Kegs. Colton Goes. American Gentleman. And Goldini. 8-5 Retail Man. 5-2 Bobby the Tank. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Honorable Avenue, Bobby the Tank, and Kegs. These three rush out for the lead, joined by American Gentleman, who'll be stuck out very wide around that first turn. Retail Man in a good spot towards the inside in fifth, and then it's Jacoba's also ground saving. Ring Good is 4 wide around that first turn in mid-pack to the inside of Colton Goes. A length and a half back to Rayner, who's in ninth, and Goldini is 10th and trailing as they transition to the backstretch. 6 furlongs to go. Kegs has the neck in front of Bobby the Tank. American Gentleman stalks in third. Retail Man, white blinkers in fourth, 3.5 lengths off the lead. A gap of 4 lengths to Honorable Avenue, who's a clear-cut fifth. 2 lengths to Ring Good. Then it's Jacoba as Goldini is splitting horses from the back of the pack. Goldini has passed Jacoba. Second last is Colton Goes, and 2 lengths to Rayner, who's at the back of the pack and about 14 lengths off the lead as they make the entry into the far turn. It's Kegs, and Bobby the Tank. Kegs has a lead by a length and a half over Bobby the Tank, who's shaken up in second. Retail Man's on the outside in third, now up into second. 2 lengths off the lead is Retail Man. A gap of about 8 lengths to Honorable Avenue in fourth. Goldini's in fifth, but 12 lengths off the lead as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and it's Kegs who's homeward bound. Retail Man bearing down on the outside in second, and Retail Man's only a length off the lead. And then in third, that's Bobby the Tank, who's 3 off the pace. 1 furlong to go. A struggle between Kegs and Retail Man. Retail Man, white blinkers outside Kegs towards the rail. Kegs not giving up along the inside. Retail Man, Kegs, it's Retail Man. Retail Man outduels Kegs for the win. Bobby the Tank in third. Goldini fourth. Number 3, Retail Man first. Second, number 9, Kegs. Third, number 2, Bobby the Tank. Fourth, number 12, Goldini. 3-9-2-12, mile 70 yards, 145.54. Back to the winner's circle, number 3, Retail Man. New York bred, 4-year-old bay gelding by Leo Frick out of Never Miss a Trick. Bruno Chicadance is the owner. Robert Johnston, the trainer. Cabercoa, the winning jockey. Retail Man bred by Turning for Home Thoroughbred Partners and Leo Frick Syndicate. Six race official, 540 the winning mutual. Regular double 2220, consolation doubles 8485, 660, exacta 2560, trifecta 2150, dime super 3250. Regular pick 3 383, $49.75, 384 385 pick 3s, $14.12. Those are consolations with the late scratches of the 4 and 5. And the pick 4 favorite won the last leg for a $4, $89.87. Race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Late overweight for number 7, staged conflict, 4 over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time for race number 7 in about 22 minutes at 4:08 p.m. Had a claim, number 3 retail man claimed out of the 6th. BRG stable new owner. And Matthew Clark, new trainer.
All right, getting ready for race number 7, and Retail Man had to work for that one as Kingsman ran a huge race on the front end, as that one had to put away the other speed. Almost lasted, but Retail Man, a little too much class, got the victory. Kiberkoa for Robert Johnson. So that one will start off the late pick 4. As we go to the 7th, this goes to mile 70. Fillies and Mares starts the pick 3, I should say, and you look at the board right now, you got a couple 2-to-1 shots, and they seem to be the most logical. I mean, the most logical horse in here would be Skyrunner, figures to be the favorite off a couple top 3 finishes. Problem is, horse has been a beaten favorite 2 races in a row. She ran a good second, a race that you would think that she would have won, maybe didn't get the best of trips, and then last time, yeah, the pace wasn't there. She kind of chased a little bit, but Light Pond Law was able to get a relatively easy lead, and Gabby's Legacy figured to be the best, and Skyrunner kind of flattened out to be third. Well, she's gotten a lot of support. Easier field today, so yeah, she's very logical to at least be there. Last of My Kind is the horse that I thought was a little bit of the wild card here. Very, very well bred. This is a half to Doc Sullivan, horse that ran, it was a New York bred, as that one ran in the New York Apple Triple, including the Mike Lee Stakes, New York Derby, etc. Started off for a career on the turf, and then tried a 7-furlong race against 20,000 maidens in New York. This should be a little bit easier and should be closer. I would think that this horse would actually like the extra distance as well, and the race came up pretty soft, other than Skyrunner. So I thought she might be a good play, although she's getting a lot of support right now at odds of 2-to-1. So there's a couple of the main contenders here in race number 7, Exacta Try, Super Daily Double, and the late pick 3 starts in race number 7.
Fillies and Mares coming on the track. Race 7, Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Jet Tador and Luis Perez. Number 2, Last of My Kind and Sofia Vives. Number 3, Curtain Close, Kevin Navarro. Number 4, Lilith's Moon, Chris Russell, the jockey. Number 5 is Skyrunner, Kiberkoa. Number 6 is Moontown and Michael Davila Jr. And number 7, Staged Conflict, Juan Diaz in the irons. Post time in approximately 5 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate here at Finger Lakes. Fillies and mares have arrived at the starting gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 to go miles 70 yards. Even money number 5, Sky Runner. Lilith's Moon going up. Sky Runner's in. Moontown and Staged Conflict. 3-4 now on Sky Runner. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Not a good start for Lilith's Moon. Also a little bit of a sluggish start. Stage Conflict. It's Jet Tador who goes out for the lead. Sky Runner's on the outside. Curtain closed in between those two. And Moontown will be widest around that first turn. And then in fifth, that is Last of My Kind, is about 3 lengths in front of Stage Conflict, who's to the outside of Lilith's Moon. As they navigate the first turn, Jet Tador and Sky Runner, these two eyeball one another with 6 furlongs to go as they turn on to the backstretch. Curtain closed is the inside of Moontown, 3rd and 4th. Then 4 lengths of Stage Conflict, who's on the move in 5th, and is to the outside of Last of My Kind, who's in 6th, and 6.5, 7 lengths off the lead, and a gap of 5 to Lilith's Moon, who trails the field. As they race up the backstretch, it's Jet Tador and Sky Runner. These two continue to spar for the top spot. They're clear by 3. Moontown's on the outside third. Curtain closed in fourth. Stage Conflict is in fifth and 5.5, 6 lengths off the lead. And then it's Last of My Kind in second last and 5 lengths to Lilith's Moon, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Skyrunner now takes over the lead with 2.5 furlongs to go, but Jetador battles right back along the inside. A gap of about 7 lengths to Last of My Kind, who's now in the midst of a rally. Last of My Kind's in third, and about 5 lengths off the lead. Goes to the far outside is Last of My Kind, and Last of My Kind is closing in. 1 furlong to go. Skyrunner, but it's Last of My Kind reeling in the top 2, and Last of My Kind able to power to the front at the 16th pole. Skyrunner left in the wake of Last of My Kind, who turned it on the last 3/8. Third place was Jetador. Fourth, Moontown. Two, 5, 1, 6. Number 2, Last of My Kind, first. Mile 70 yards, 146.85. Back to the winner's circle, number 2, Last of My Kind. New York bred 3-year-old chestnut filly by looking at Lee out of Queen Frostine. TriStar Farm owns. Michael Maselli trains, and Sofia Vives, the winning jockey. Seamus Coughlin, bred Last of My Kind. $8.30 the winning mutual, double $21.40, exacta $24. 50-cent trifecta, $13.25, times super, $16.22. Eighth race at Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, and late daily double wagering. Post time race 8, about 21 minutes at 4:38 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race 8, which is our feature race of the day. Looking back at the 7th maiden race, that one looked pretty good for Mike Maselli, last of my kind. Sophia Vivas aboard for the victory. Very well bred and ran to it for that race, as she rated very well and able to roll on to victory. Okay, this is our feature, and it is a competitive one. This one is an ever won 3 condition, goes a mile and a 16th. Logical favorite is the 2, Burning Beauty. Burning Beauty coming off a big number last time, as he was able to complete that race in a minute 42. It's very quick here, so we're in an 81 buyer for the race. Did run down Jake's Orchard, who does finish second a lot, but again, it was a fast time, and he won for fun. The race before ran into Sorority Prank. Actually, the top 2 finishers both came back to win, and Sorority Prank hasn't lost since arriving at Finger Lakes. Alfgar won again and then ran second at Naira at Saratoga. So this one, if he could repeat the last effort, figures to be awfully tough moving into the 3 lifetime condition, and is the logical horse and is at odds of 9-5. Now, as far as the speed's concerned, the inside speed comes from the 3. Seems like Destiny went too quick in the first start off the layoff and wasn't going to beat Sorority Prank anyway. I mean, that one just laid off of him and then took over, and then this one, needing a race, stopped. So should be sharper for this race. Second start off the layoff, tries the route again. Will possibly get pressure from the outside horse, the 9, First Trumpet, who does have a little class and some speed, so that could make it a little tougher. But that also gives Burning Beauty something to run at. If the 3 horse Seems Like Destiny and the 9, First Trumpet, go pretty quick early, that means well for Burning Beauty. The 7 horse Lifetime Guarantee is another one that could come from out of it, and probably needed the last race. Lifetime Guarantee was never really in it, and you look at last year's form, horse hit the board all the time. 3 of 4 in the money at this particular distance, and I would think the horse, he'll run better today, at least be a threat to get in the top 3 or 4, if not win the race, if Burning Beauty doesn't have it. So he's going to be a little priced too. This was at odds of 8-1. So feature race, 6 minutes to go for our feature. Exacta Try, Super, and Daily Double offered in here.
Coming on the track, race 8 from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1, Tony O and GM Rohina. Number 2, Burning Beauty, Luis Perez. Number 3, Seems Like Destiny with Hemin Harkey. Number 4, Ice Time, Christian Navarro. Number 5, Rockstar Rebel, Sofia Vivez, calling the shots. Number 6, Jensen, Michael Davila Jr. Number 7, Lifetime Guarantee, Caber Koa. Number 8, Street Cop Officer, Joel Cruz. And number 9 is First Trumpet, Andre Worry in the irons. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the starting gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race 8 from Finger Lakes. Field of 9 to go, a mile and a 16th. Prohibitive favorite 4 to 5, number 2, Burning Beauty. 3 to 1, number 5, Rockstar Rebel. Loading up, race 8. Rockstar Rebel into line. Jansen. Lifetime Guarantee. Street Cop Officer. And First Trumpet still behind the gate. Street Cop Officer. To stall number 8, First Trumpet. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. It's Jansen. It seems like Destiny going out for the lead, joined by First Trumpet on the far outside. And then in fourth, that's Tony O's to the inside of Burning Beauty in fifth. Street Cop Officer 3 wide around that first turn in sixth. And then it's Rockstar Rebels to the outside of Ice Time, 7th and 8th. And then 2.5 lengths to Lifetime Guarantee is at the back of the pack and about 13 lengths off the lead. 6 furlongs to go. Seems like Destiny's on top. The lead's a little over a length. Jansen in chase mode in second. First Trumpet tracks in third, 3.5 lengths off the lead, a gap of about 6. Tony O. Red Cap in fourth, who's a length in front of Burning Beauty. Rockstar Rebel is next and about 12 lengths off the lead to the outside of Ice Time. And then it's Street Cop Officer in second last and a gap of 6 to Lifetime Guarantee, who trails the field. The opening half pretty quick, 47 seconds as they go on to the far turn. It Seems Like Destiny, who is battling with Jansen. Jansen sticks the red blinkers in front of Seems Like Destiny. Ice Time draws ever closer in third. Tony O's in fourth. Burning Beauty is in fifth. 4 lengths off the lead. Will need somewhere to run. Burning Beauty will try and split rivals. Burning Beauty is now up into second, a length off the lead. And Ice Time, though, is the one to catch. Burning Beauty is on the outside with Tony O. Rockstar Rebels on the grandstand side closing in. Jansen is one pace as they run down to the final furlong. Ice Time, Burning Beauty, Rockstar Rebel on the grandstand side. Jansen tries to get back into the race, 16th to go. Ice Time clings to the lead. Rockstar Rebel lunging late. Rockstar Rebel, Ice Time. Ice Time prevails over Rockstar Rebel. Then it was Burning Beauty and Jansen. Four, 5, 2, 6. Number 4, Ice Time first at 11 to 1. Miles 16th, 147.44. Back to the winner's circle, number 4, Ice Time. Kentucky bred 5-year-old Big Gilly by Keen Ice out of Siranusa. Tim Murphy, owner trainer. Christian Navarro, the winning jockey. Barry Butzow and Joni Butzow. Bred Ice Time. 24.60 the winning mutual. Dime Super 126.80. Double $208.50. Exacta $162. 50-cent try, $82.87. As we move onward to the 9th and final Finger Lakes. Scratch number 1, Flattery's Music. Put Chris Russell on number 5, Devilly. Chris Russell on the 5. Exacta trifecta, superfacta wagering. Post time for the 9th and final, about 20 minutes at 5:08 p.m.
Okay, get ready to finish up this Monday card. And a little bit of a
Tuesday's
price
program is
in the
now
8th. Actually,
online
good price.
for download. Program
ice
at
time.
fingerlakesgaming.com. Fingerlakesgaming.com. Download the 9-race card for Tuesday. Next handicapping challenge is Monday, August 18th.
But it was ice time, able to time it just perfectly. 9th race, scratch the 1, Flattery's Music, kind of a significant scratch. We got the veteran Chris Russell on the 5, Devilly. Right now, a short price on Fast Fran. Appears to be the speed of the race. We had a fair racetrack today. This Monday we've had speed, we've had closers. Well, they went quick last race, so we got a closer. But Fast Fran's one of those horses where if left alone on the lead at 5.5 furlongs, she might prove tough to catch. That wasn't the case last time. She ran into Thin Legs, who was an X-Out winner, but it was her first start off the layoff, and she may have needed that race. And we expect her to run better this time, second off the layoff. She's in for the waiver claim and a good chance to go gate to wire. Main Threat does look like the 2. Ouch, that hurt. And she's also a little bit of a speed threat as far as getting out and forcing Fast Fran to use a little bit to clear. I mean, Fast Fran's quicker. But Ouch That Hurt didn't break all that well in her 2025 debut and ended up finishing off the board. Expect her to run better second off the layoff as well, as I figured her to be tough last time, but it wasn't the case. Bavarian Cream, they weren't going to beat her anyway, as she was a big drop. The 3-horse Tumbles was my long shot in here. 13-1 on the board right now. She drops back to 5,000. That's where she was in for the waiver claim off the layoff. She won that day. Now, she didn't beat anything, and she kind of had a little bit of a tactical edge on her rivals, but it was her first start off the layoff. No shot last time against the 11-9s. Drops back down to a more realistic spot. Pace-wise, though, she's going to have to chase a little bit. She's not as fast as Fast Fran, but she could hang around and be in the number as well. So she's another threat in here, as well as She Loves to Move, who really didn't run a very good race last time, but she's certainly capable if you look at last season's form. Those are some of the rivals that are participating here in race number 9. Exacta, Try, and Super offered in the last. Again, scratch the 1, Flattery's Music. We got live racing continuing the next 2 days. The next live card will be tomorrow with a 1 o'clock first post.
Fillies and mares coming on the track. 9th and final Fingerlakes. Scratch the 1. Here's the 2. Ouch! That hurt. Jeremiah's Flores, the jockey. Number 3 is Tumbles and Hemin Harkey. Number 4, Fast Fran, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 5 is Devilly, Chris Russell, the jockey change. Number 6, True Destiny, Andre Worry. Number 7, Reiterate, with Christian Navarro. Number 8, Trivia, Nasario Alvarado, the jock. And number 9, She Loves to Move. Kevin Navarro is the jockey. Post time in a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Once again, Tuesday's program available for download at fingerlakesgaming.com. Fillies and Mares are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the starting gate for the ninth and final from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 fillies and mares to go 5 1/2 furlongs. Big favorite 3 to 5, number 4, Fast Fran. Trying to load up Tumbles. Riders off. Devilly. True Destiny. Reiterate. Trivia and She Loves to Move. 3 to 5 on Fast Fran. 3 to 1 on Ouch, That Hurts. Jockeys are coming off, and looks like Harkey is down. EMT's over to take a look. He's trying to get up, though. Does get up to his feet. Looks like everything is okay. Trivia. And She Loves to Move still behind the gate. Even Money, Fast Fran. They're all in the gate. And they're off. She Loves to Move from an outside post going out for the lead, but Fast Fran gets that early lead. Ouch, that hurts. Races in second. Reiterate third. Trivia outside of her in fourth. She Loves to Move, 5 wide fifth, 3 lengths off the lead. A gap of 2.5 to Devilee's, about a length in front of Tumbles. And True Destiny's at the back of the pack and about 8.5 lengths off the lead. Fast Fran into the turn has a lead, shadowed by Reiterate outside second. Trivia, and ouch, that hurt. Our third and fourth. Now, ouch, that hurt is a clear-cut third. Trivia drops back a bit in fourth. Devilee towards the inside fifth. She Loves to Move, shuffled sixth. And then it's Tumbles, and True Destiny is at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Fast Fran, ouch, that hurt. Now switches to the outside. Reiterate is all out in thirds. They got 3/16 to go. Ouch, that hurt. Overhauls Fast Fran in mid-stretch and strides away. Ouch. That hurt at the 16th pole. Widens the lead to 6 lengths. Ouch, that hurt. Give Flores a riding double on the card. Fast Fran holds second. Devilee races third at the finish, and then it was Tumbles. Two, four, and a photo for third. Number 2, ouch, that hurt first. Number 5, Devilee was third. Over the 3, Tumbles. Ouch, that hurt. New York bred, 9-year-old gray mare by Honorable Dylan out of Devilish Spirit. Paul Barrow, owner-trainer. Jeremias Flores, the winning jockey. 2 wins in the card for Flores. Hidden Lake Farm bred, ouch, that hurt. $9.20 the winning mutual, double 141.50, exacta 27.80, trifecta $130.25, dime super $101.80, pick 3 $203.25, pick 4 404, $554, pick 5 505, $6,311.75. Ninth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Monday. Next live racing day tomorrow, Tuesday. First post, 9 race card, 1 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.